broke. Hi, manual transition it is then. Gotta love that. How we all doing today? The pill's not broken. I probably just gotta make sure it's like fully plugged in. It probably came unplugged or something. But anyways, hi chat. Happy Monday. How we all doing today? Y'all have a good weekend? Hopefully people got some rest. Hello Sky, how you doing? Okay. I think it's a sleepy Monday for people today. Also in Elden Ring. Nice, nice. Maris with the watch streak, 85 stream streak. Oh my gosh. Make sure my controller's plugged in here. It's all tangled up in my stuff. My brain is like not working on where does this cord go? There it goes. Okay, let's see. Let's unplug this one. So I've been trying to go through all of my saved streams, chat. I'm kind of frustrated because there's a handful of streams that I don't know if, like, I'm surprised if I didn't save them. I don't know why I wouldn't have, but I cannot find what drive they are saved on to save my life. So I have all of the VODs from Tears of the Kingdom saved, ready for me to post on the VODs channel. The problem is the first Tears of the Kingdom video is also the last Breath of the Wild video, and I cannot find the Breath of the Wild VODs. Like, I do not know where I saved them to, if I even did. I also can't find Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, Resident Evil freaking Village. I can't find any of those VODs. And like, I don't know what would have possessed me not to save them. Except that, I don't know, maybe I wasn't saving them at that point, but I'm like, no. So, hopefully I can find them. If not, we are just kind of gonna have to suffer the fact that I only have Tears of the Kingdom to upload to the VODs channel, which would make me very sad. So hopefully I saved them somewhere, and I just need to go through my drives better. Maybe we'll get lucky. But yeah. Otherwise, we've got all of Tears of the Kingdom to post on the VODs channel. Time though, chat. Let's go ahead and start getting things going. Start getting some things going here, shall we? Also, what would people think about doing, like, just chatting segments at the start of streams? Like, do we want to spend longer on the hangout and chat times? Do we like just getting into the games? What do we think? I've seen a lot of people talking about, like, how they start their streams and, like, oh, start with just chatting. And it's like, I know I give you guys, like, the word game as time to, like, get into the stream. Would we prefer just chatting? What do people think about that? Where the heck did we leave off? We were just getting messed up by a dragon. That's what we were doing. Okay, that's right. I wanted to find out where that map chunk is. I don't know if it's, like, supposed to be above me, if it was back on this other side here. Oh, that's right. It was all poison bad birds. Oh, God. Maybe we don't go back that way. Maybe instead we stick to this side of things and see if we can work our way to where that map piece might be from over here instead. That seems safer to me. Oh god! Oh god! Oh, I was not looking! Oh god! I wanted to know what item I just picked up, and then it was all bad. I don't know if I'm much safer right here. What did I just get? I'm so scared as we just sit here. Oh, that's right. I still have this awful item that says it's a consumable. I also want to take these to a finger reader at some point and have them looked at, because I'm curious what their deal is. See, I don't know if that was like a crafting material we got, or like... I don't think it would be anything as crazy as talisman. Had to just be like a crafting material or something. Ah, yep. Ow. You know, I'd been fine there for so long, and as soon as I found the item, there I went. Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. What is a stream if not perfect timing? Perfectly timed nonsense to lead to your demise. Gosh, that dude led the shot. I feel like that easily could have hit me. White Wolf, how you doing today, dude? Welcome back from the weekend. I myself am doing pretty good. We're just, exploring a bit here. Item there. Okay. Let's grab that. Little lad with an axe. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, God! Oh, that's a big drop. That's a bigger drop than I was hoping it would be. Jesus. Okay. I don't think we can get down this way. Hey, Nightshade! Don't mind my absolute panic. It's fine. I need to find the nearby. Oh. Hello. Are you a different map fragment? Yes, you are. That works. A hydrate. Thank you. Tired, didn't get much sleep last night. Holding up trying to do some college stuff. I feel that in the core of my being. I also did not sleep last night very well. I swear, I woke up like every hour. It felt like. Need your matching rock. Where rock? Last time the rock was actually kind of far away from It, like, wasn't right on top of. Do you have Moke's Shackle? I do have that, I think. Yes. Use it to destroy stuff in an area. Can you use it more than once? This is probably a question I should already know the answer to. Yep. Huh. Good to know. Temple Town. Okay. So yeah, I definitely missed something in this area. You use it to open the spirit eats. Ah. Okay. How big of an area does it cover? A huge area? Jeez. Oh, there it is. Give me the yeet! Zoom! Send me! Okay. Up here on this level, or are we just supposed to keep going up? I think we just keep going up. Yeet! That's a very wide open space, and I don't appreciate that. That looks like another fucking mausoleum jail thing. Which is a fact I don't love. Yep, that is exactly what you are. Cool. Northern Nameless Mausoleum. Last time we had a jail knight that we had to face. Let's see what we are working with this time. A fucking red bear, but that looked like a person. It is a person. Ooh, he does not so person-y things. our first try. That bear roar that he did was very scary. That was pretty creepy. I was honestly more worried that it was gonna be an actual bear, though. Like, honestly, 100% expected a real bear. Yep. Was fully ready for it. Rar. Heck that! That's nonsense. Okay, don't be a hair too close at the end of the bear roar, I guess. Sure. Like, is that what happened? Was I just a hair too close while he was doing that? Oh, hello. Yep, that's stupid. I'm not bitter in the slightest. It's fine. Oh my gosh. Shenanigans of the highest order. Faster, 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 faster. Oh shit. Didn't do nearly that much damage that time. That's a load of crap. interesting things that I can see happening here. Okay, we should get the armor set. But technically we get the weapon too, because the claws. Okay. Fang helm, rivet armor, rivet gauntlets, rivet greaves. Let's check out those gloves, because I am curious about... Causes blood loss buildup, which tracks. Red Bear Hunt. Slaughters prey with sharp claws and a great swipe of the arm. Attack creates vacuum, which deals continuous damage. Inputs allow for up to 2 follow-up attacks. Well, I wanted the bear roar! That's fine, that's fine. Look at the script. After killing the great red bear in a blood-soaked bout, he became fascinated by the untainted glory of its naked strength. I wish to be a bear. No more, no less. Simple things in life, chat. Like wishing to be a bear. You be a bear, sir. You be a bear. Okay. I didn't take as nearly as many tries as the other lad did. All that's up here is just a big swath of nothing and that mausoleum. You can get the RAR. Ah! At some point I will figure out where to RAR. It will happen. I will become bear, much like the lad. It's like Bay over there. Okay. Okay, so I think that is actually from this point to get to that one. Which makes sense. And realistically, is the chunk of the map I should probably be on. Why would I ever do what I'm supposed to be doing? Absolutely ridiculous concept, really. Ugh, I'm always afraid that one of these times it's just not gonna work. Thankfully, it's a pretty solid radius around where that's at that it catches you from, so, like, it's fine. But, you know, like... not a totally irrational fear. Okay, Temple Town doing Temple Town things. I will say, that dude has so far been harder than the actual bears we've fought in this area. Now, I imagine wherever I get the RAR from, it's gonna fucking wreck my shit. But, you know, it's fine. Someone throwing shit at me? You. Don't do that. Fuck you. Problem solved. For stuff and things and whatnot. Eat. No stuff and things and whatnots. That's a pretty big lad up there, though. That's good. I will stick to being down here. Why music? Why would you do that? You didn't have to crescendo like that all of a sudden. I thought we were about to die. That's rude. Get your ass back here. Stop that. I want up. There we go. Just a little bit shenanigan-y. It's fine. Why was the dude pointing over here? There good stuff over here. Ow! Dude just threw a whole pot at me. That's quite rude. Okay, if that had actually jumped like I wanted it to, that might have actually just made that. God, oh God! Walk off! Yeah, that's right. Fuck all of you. Extensively. Go away. Problem solved. Now, flat. Sir, you will not escape. You could have just not thrown a rock and you would have been fine. I would have let him live. I didn't want to actually summon that here. Are there probably easier ways up here? Most certainly. Okay. Mimic, would you just like to teleport up here, please? Because that'd be helpful. Thank you. I happen to have seen the large-ish lad that was up here. I would greatly appreciate if you were actually present. And there he is. Oh God, Mimic, help! Mimic, please, pull the aggro! Or don't. Oh, now you do something helpful. Where's the State of America here? I actually see it. Ah. Nowhere helpful. Understood. Gotcha. I see. Understandable. Yes, have a nice day. Let's see, of the methods we have to get up there. That actually still might have worked if I had gotten the horse turned around. Easier way is hole in south wall. Nah. But shenanigans. Okay, see, when Torin doesn't actually jump, that's when it's, like, not helpful. Alright, there's a fucking hole somewhere. Lethal hole. Open up. That dog.
No, he's sleeping.
My way up better. It was safer. I didn't even see you initially. Unnecessary mimic. Stairs. Dude just ducked around the whole last corner. Bullshit! Where'd you go? What? That's fucking rude. Alright, we'll be coming back here later. Because reasons. Well, now we're going down. What are you breathing fire? Oh. Well, what do you know? You actually did breathe fire on something. I am so marginally proud of you. By fire, I mean it wasn't fire. Great. Alright, I would like my stuff back. I'm getting very close to just throw... Oh, look, touch grace. I'm gonna go grab that later. I'm very close to just rolling off the cliff. Not necessary. anyways. Even if you're 99% sure they're just up to shenanigans. Two-handed sweared. I'm good. I do not fight two-handed. Even though I probably should. Sad door. Okay, I think aside from the asshole that disappeared that I have to come back for, I think that's pretty much what's gonna be here. Alright, so jump down on a safe ledge, and we can go touch grass. And then at the very least, because we will have touched grass at this location, we'll be very close to the place to go see the disappearing lad. Mr. Shenanigans Man. Oh wait, hold on, I thought it was another blessing. Use blessing! Please! Hooray! Alright, let's go find this vanishing lad again. Because how dare these shenanigans be shenanigan-y? That's my job. I do the shenanigans. I don't get shenanigans. Them's the rules. I both make them up and use them. Gosh. Rocks. Okay. Talk about this. No throwing rocks. I don't know what they don't get about that. Rocks are off limits. What's your deal? You didn't have anything. Why did you just mystery vanish like that? You were not worth my time. It pretended that it was impressive and then made me sad. Mysterious building just set into the wall. Suspicious. I'd like to go to a mysterious building just set in the wall. Are you evil? Because there's dudes that look like you that aren't red, that aren't evil, but you're moving around and you're red. Does that mean you don't like people? You have much nicer friends. Oh, you're not nice. Okay. How do we do that thing again? Is that the thing? That's the thing. Then I go, perish! Uh-oh, that wasn't enough. on those is always stupid. Okay. Thankfully, I am like 2 feet away from them, so it's fine. That did not pick my shit up. Thank you. Not expecting Dude A to have just full health, it's fine. They move too much. It's sorted. I'm so bad at aiming. No! Okay, thankfully not all of it hit me. It's fine. Oh my god. Suddenly don't like it over here very much. You a bird? I don't like birds. Okay. This is a step towards where I was saying I wanted to go. Oh god, okay, oh no. Okay, you know, not quite where I wanted to land. Okay. let's try that again. I want to go here first. Make sure there was... yeah. Say, make sure there was nothing here first. Okay. So there was nothing actually here, but you know. That was a really weird angle. Didn't actually intend to jump there initially. Okay, there we go. Okay, fine. There's like an item on the ledge there that I can't quite line myself up for, but there's a lot of death in here, which I'm not a fan of. What are people dying to here? Flinging themselves off a ledge. Okay. Okay. A chest. Seems fine. You're big. Divine Bird Warrior Ornis. Ornis? Bird Warrior, huh? Bird Warrior, I am not. That's not my title. carefully making our way up this. So simple, she says, as she's flinging herself at ledges. There we go. Okay. And then we yeet ourselves back off the cliff. Okay. And now we go, that's more of those dudes. That's a lot of those dudes. And birds. This is a combination of extremely exclusively bad things. Uh-huh. Yep, that's what that is. That's a combo of, uh-oh, spaghetti-o. I don't want to be there. So what do we do? Everything we can to not be there. What's down this tiny pathway? Does this just take me back over? Is this just like a way, another way to get here from where we already were? Yes. Yes, it is. Understood. Okay, back in the tiny crevice. Hold on. What's up? This. Nothing? Nothing. Okay, back off the edge we go. Zoom. Okay. Come out the other side, we hug the wall. There are so many of those guys there. Is an owl. Oh, look, a cave. Let's deal with these fucking. Fuck your poison. That was rude. Uncalled for. Oh, that one actually had something this time. Okay, cookbook. Like, what is the deal with these dudes that vanish? Let's not step on the other poison, please. Thank you, my guys. You can just stay over there. That's a lot of birds again. Oh yeah, just a guy just chilling in the middle of the water. That's normal. Okay. Just kind of fucking dying. Oh. Like, can we just fucking go for it? Do we, like, have to deal with these guys? Now I kind of have to if I want any of my shit back. Grumpy dogs. Moving around a little further again before we pull back to try to get our stuff there. Where exactly did my stuff land? Okay, it landed with that guy. could, like, make a stand against just that one. If we did it before all of the others showed up. Are we really too far away? I don't believe you. That's stupid. Oops, hi, Tetra. Okay. Lad there, if we don't really want to deal with. More importantly, I had eyes on the elf that we want. You are getting all sorts of tangled up in the cords. No, it's gonna escape. Oh, I got whatever the fuck that is. The poison flower blooms twice. Sounds terrifying. Okay, let's touch some grass. Welcome back from the edge, chat. Okay. What was that? It was probably an Ash of War. Its affinities and skills to an armament. It looks like a melee thing, though. Conjure stringers of scarlet rot from below to stab the enemy, landing a follow-up attack on a foe already inflicted with poison or rot deals massive damage in one fell swoop. Huh. Usable on all melee armaments. Interesting. Ah, that bear looks somewhat larger than the ones that we have fought so far. Lovely information. Could just zoom past these guys before. I just triggered a bird. I'm going to trigger so many birds coming up here, but I want to know what's up here. Yep. Didn't that armor we already got? Come on, you couldn't have been a different piece of the set. I'm also surprised that there's not more here. probably is. I'm just too scared to look for it. Alright, so bear? This will be fine. I've grown way too confident around bears. This will be great. I have no business expecting this to go well. Let's be real here. Yeah, see, that's one of the big bears. That's not... That's several big bears. Oh. You know, on second thought, maybe I won't fight bears. I think not fighting the bears seems like a better call. This is a weird mound. Oh, cool. Better than fighting wolves? No, honestly, the wolves in this game are so much better than fighting bears. I would take wolves every time in this game over bears. What's the point of being here, though? What am I looking for? There's gotta be something on this side to be worth coming over here. Good. Fuck. Okay. Bears are awful. They'll chase you for miles. That bear is guarding some stuff, though. So, like, I think that's the one bear that I'll have to risk it for biscuit on. It's a clothes. Oh, that's a scary looking bear. Oh, I think that's the type of bear we already fought and they weren't that bad. Oh, there's multiple bears right here. Uh-oh. Ugh. Okay. What if I just climbed your fucking pile and took your shit? There was nothing here worth doing that. There was nothing here worth doing that. Ow! Why can I summon right here specifically? Am I able to summon for that bear specifically? Is that why? Oh, I hate that. I want to be full health if we're gonna do this. Oh my god, this is a horrible idea. And that didn't even reach it. Okay, yep, you're a big bear of doom and pain and uh-oh. What? Nick, grab aggro! Nick, grab aggro! Fuck. Ooh, hi! Fuck, shit. No, no, fuck. Okay, not so bad. That's, again, that's probably like the easiest bear we've fought. You roar? You roar! We go rar! Cool. I was wondering what had to be over here. I was like, come on, there's something, please. Oh my god. What's this shape? Crossed from. Oh, Jeebus. Actually want to go towards that, see what's the deal with that. Honestly though, yeah, not so bad. So far our experiences with bears in the DLC actually hasn't been anywhere remotely as bad as the bears in the base game. Which is weird. The fuck are you? Oh, there's so many of these. Nope, nope, I don't want you in my life. Okay, I guess you don't seem to, like, hurt in any meaningful way. Ooh, you sure tried to, though. You tried to shoot poison at me. I saw that. Go away. Oh, there are so many of these fucking giant ass bug things, and I hate their existence. Okay, there's also clearly a dungeon that-ish way. It's more of these guys too. That's interesting. Scorpion River Catacombs. You know, don't love it. Did I find the... Yes, Sky, I found the bear. Ow, ow, ow. Bad poison. Whoop, hello. Yes, now we bear rar. Oh, your poison got to knock that shit off. I just want to know what this guy's got to say. Stop, avert your gaze from me. Nope. I beg, look away. Okay, if you're gonna beg. Erg. Okay. Alright, into Batcave. Okay. Let's touch some grass here. Think. How much do we need? No, okay, cool. Don't quite have enough to level twice, but we're working on getting that faith up there since we're using it more than the int. So, alright, we always have to check. Alright, that's darkness and death. We will not be going down there. Fucking cannon, asshole. Okay. Nothing actually in this first room, hardly. That's fine. Weird little stuff up ahead. Also, a lot of death in this room. Did they just die to the first thing in here, or... Okay, they're throwing shit at something. I don't like the look of that. We're not gonna start with that. 'Cause frankly, yeah, it looks Okay, well, time to move on to awful. Whatever the fuck it is. Ooh, you made big eyes. Oh. Oh, oh, okay, okay, hold up. No, do not be visible to that. Yeah, that is not good, and I see why people died to it. Okay. Patience. Because that would be Deathblight. Don't feel like dying to that right now. Probably gonna at some point, though. Is there anything else over there for me to fight, or can I just run across? Starts building up so fast. Okay, we gotta have a lot of patience in this one, it looks like, because as fast as that builds up, yeah. So there's gonna be a lot of pausing in this one while we wait for that to go down. much harder to see the left. Oh my god, I can't turn my view. Don't do that, don't do that. Okay. Stairs. That's what I was. Trying to save a little bit of our magic here before we get totally screwed. We are using a lot of it very quickly, unfortunately. Degree of sniper. Hit a wall. Okay. It's going well so far. Let's hope this one's not as long as the last one that we did. I mean, like, I guess I want more content, yeah, so, like, at the same time, like, when the dungeons themselves get too long, it's... This is such a narrow hallway, and I hate it. Message and then explosion. You, I see. Hello. No, thank you. Oh crap. Stuck in the way. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna have something that's probably gonna drop us out of there as well. Secret path that takes us and drops us there at some point. One of those rooms again, huh? Alright. We're gonna back up just a little bit here, chat. And I'm actually gonna run to the bathroom real fast. So I'm gonna give you guys back your word game here. So, y'all know the drill. Get up, stretch, get some food, get some water, whatever you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. And we will be right back. second there. And good, my foot pedal works again. In case you guys heard computer noises me unplugging and plugging shit back in, that's what that was. Okay. Cool. Alright, we are back. We are in danger of being pancaked. Speaking of pancakes, I'm having waffles for dinner. Okay, so this whole platform is bad, but it looks like we can get over there. Zoom. Okay. Okay. This space is safe. Oh, there's more bad over there, though. That's fine. It is indeed a stabby smooshy. It do be like that. Into the room that we were in earlier? Okay, so I guess no secret path, just the correct path. There's a lot of lads there, and there's cat on the desk. Just don't put your butt on my cup. Hi, sweets. Our presence has been graced again, Chad. Hi. You can hang out, but you gotta let me play my game, okay? Can you lay on the desk? I know, you don't know commands. You are so earnestly looking at my window. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? No, we're not. We're not looking. But what if you were looking? What if you were? You are looking. Hi, sweets. Oh. Mwah. I regret that. You are like right in like the screen space, which is awful. You know, actually, where does this danger wall start its shenanigans? Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna have to like lean around you. Oh, now I don't. Ew. Thank you, sweetie. There's a ladder here. How exciting. Where does this go? Ugh, my nose itches so bad now from the kitty. Okay, we can 100% get up there. Anything up here? Oh, yeah, kind of actually, yes. Okay. Neat. Apparently, I just need to play all of my games with controller forever and for always from now. That way the kitty can participate and not be laying on my hand on the mouse. We're still doing things. Oh. I know. I think. We're standing up again. At least you're standing on the side that I can see my computer from. chat is just above your head. Oh, but now we're all the way back in the beginning. Uh-oh. Oh gosh, Sky, don't hold your breath in a boss fight. Don't do that. That's not good for you. Where is the dude on the other side that we had to fight? I didn't notice till it was over. Don't do that. It's not good for you. Feel so much cat hair. The sensation caused by cat hair. Thing is, not allergic to cats. I know that. I've been tested. Super fucking allergic. Oh, okay, okay. She's laying on the mouse. Just turn the mouse upside down so that you can't do that again. That's not steady. I would not step on me either. Also not steady. Baby, do you want off of the desk? Don't look at me like that. Give me a look of why the fuck would I want that? I still can't see my stuff when you go over there. There you go, sweet. Silly baby. Okay. Almost back to where we were. Okay, back where we were. What's over there? Oh, we got another one of those guys. Oh, that's not a good thing. Okay. Ugh. I don't know what their range of uh-oh is. Beware the range of uh-oh. Oh, am I about to smell bacon? My window's open and there's someone grilling on waffle night. I sense bacon. Yep. Not equipped, but do I probably have them? Yeah, sure. It's way too early. run feels awfully far. Which I don't love. Like, I can see where that person attempted to survive. Not... It's way back over here. Oh, I'm just a nervous Nelly. It's fine. I have a lot more room than I thought I did. Ah! Okay, now we go up. Yeah! Nightshade, thank you for the resub on that 6-month streak now for a total of 9 months. Thank you so much. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Okay. A hydrate and a posture check as well. Thank you. Hydration acquired. And I do think that that puts us... Where'd my mouse go after the cat? There it is. I think that puts us, chat, at 5 subs towards our goal there. Which means, if I'm not mistaken, a wheel. Small wheel, but a wheel nonetheless. Alright, we're gonna flip it over to the Be Right Back screen for access to the wheel here. Wheel time! Boop! Oh. I must go acquire the Pico onesie. Hold on. I'll be right back. Chat, you know what I should really put on my throne list is I should put more onesies on my throne list. That way if y'all ever wanted to buy more onesies for the wheel, you could do that. You can put all sorts of things like that on the wheel. Onesies, hats, silly stuff like that. Put all those types of things on the throne to get more of them. That way you guys get access to more silly shenanigans. Alright, my beautiful hair that I styled today gets to be Death by Pico onesie. Here we go. Perfectly fine. Bright ass yellow. Gotta love it. Okay. Perfect. Now we are Pico onesie prepared. Theoretically, we could get across using also go straight across to whatever's over there. Let's start with that. Oh, this goes further down. Okay. Okay. Well, I've got a couple of these. Don't want too many. I don't want to use too many. I want them to last as long as possible, but I think we're gonna need them to get across past the dude. Okay. So we've got that there now. Okay, the thing did not come down. I have to like go off the edge over there. Theoretically, I could jump over this, right? Like, might just be able to jump over this here once this goes down. Yeah, I don't want to use the boluses unless I have to, because I want to stretch them out as far as possible, because I only have 6. I'm very limited on what I can craft, unfortunately. That sucks. That's okay, we'll just let this go down. That put a whole bunch of shit on me. Just like, nope. Okay. It was worth a shot. Oh, fuck you. Really rude. Knight's lightning spear. I would love to, thank you. Ah, yes. I see. Thank you. Right. Cool, problem solved. Crisis averted. Okay, this just drops us back here. Okay. Okay. Made it work. Okay, we've got our lovely teleportation. We don't have to come all the way back to the beginning. Okay, I don't know that this even actually helped us in any way. It was worth a shot, but not quite. Okay, that's awful. Hate you. Whoops, hello. Oh, we can see me from there. I think I need to wait until it goes back the other way again. And then I think I can. Just like touch you to turn off your nonsense. Nope. Ow. Okay, we're fine. Ow. I'm so glad that it didn't like can't like turn down this hallway at all. Oh my god! Okay. That corner protected me because it fired anyways. Awful. Mm-hmm. Yes, awful is the correct word that we are looking for here. Ugh, worse. Ew. Hi, Mom. Ow! 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 That came through the wall! That's cheating! Oh, it's still coming! Oh my god. The fuck? I veto that bullshit. I don't like that spell. Tell him to stop doing that. Pikachu. We hit 5 subs and did a wheel spin. Therefore, Pikachu. Say, chat, if there's any like other onesies that you want me to like add to the throne as an option, feel free to suggest them, and I will like look up and see if there's any options for those, and we can add those to the throne. If anyone feels like getting those, they can be added to the wheel eventually. It's gonna hit that corner. Oh, it's gonna go. We are out of magic. Okay. Means... Yep. There we go. Uh-huh. We saw a path going down. That's super reassuring, and I don't hate it at all. Oh, hi. That just appeared out of nowhere. Ow. I don't know if I can... No. Okay. I have to get chased down the hall towards this thing? Like, what? Way more accurate for me to chase it. Oh my god, it's so fast. Okay, this That's reassuring. Okay. You found the perfect onesie for me. Is it an axolotl? Yes. I knew it. Oh, it's funny. Oh. I see. Uh-huh. I'm so good with just not. So wait, how do I get up top then? If that just goes down... Ow. So, like, the only way up seems to be if I can get up there somehow. Like, we can't just, like, jump. So, if you fall out of the map, it puts you back at the start. And it does not respawn you at the stake. Oh, look, waffles are ready. I'm gonna go get some waffles, chat. Oh my god. Wow. I'm like, I'll just roll and look for a secret passageway. I hear things that sound weird. Maybe there's something here. Rolls out of bounds. And what's worse is there's a part of me that wonders if I can replicate it. Oh, no. Okay, chat. Stretch, get some food, some water. I'm gonna grab my waffles, and we'll be back to figure out what's up with that. chat. We're back. Got a lot of the words on that one. Okay. And now back to trying to figure out what the heck. Oh, because now we've got to make it all the way back through everything because we are certainly not at the respawn point. Ow. You know what? We're gonna try that again. Losing that much health that soon. Not the answer. Rabbit, hello! You just missed the most ridiculous of deaths. What are you doing today, Rabbit? I hope your weekend was good. How did that not work? There we go. Okay, we just gotta zoom our way back to where we were. Darn you. Get heckin' bamboozled here, chat. Ow. Not that. Okay. Well, there went all of our runes because. That sucks. We almost had enough for a level. I wish it had just respawned us at the stake, but when we fell out of bounds, it technicality put us too far away from the respawn point. The stupidest thing ever. back across and do them. We just have to get over here. Here, though, I'm not entirely sure what the plan is. I guess we have to go down. That's just, there's no other way around that. It's here that the issue begins. Oh my god. Alright, well. Sorry, chat. Don't mind me. Fucking dying over here. Alright, if whatever that was can stop now so I can talk normal again, that'd be great. Yeah, you guys didn't need to be able to hear me talk, right? Oh my god. Oh, I did reach. Oh, thank god. Shit. Okay. That's a little bit better. Oh, jeez. Okay, we are back to here at least. Still don't know how to get up there. Damn. like to come close enough for me to hit them. Okay. Now we can safely explore without being... Wait. How many of these people died through that? Bug ahead, therefore be wary of death. Yeah, that I should have read that forever ago. Note to self, don't have to replicate it. It's just an actual bug that several people have died to. Yeah, that checks out. Alright, yeah, from now on, we try to find secrets by swinging our sword at them and not rolling into them. Because that was a greatly upsetting way to die. Don't want to roll into any of these now. How do we get up there? I actually don't have any water left to hydrate with. I drank the last of it when I was dying. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. My mic's not very loud? It's no different than it has been the entire rest of the stream. I mean, I can turn it up a little bit, but I mean, we're already pretty high up there. Yeah, it shouldn't be any different than it has been. Okay, I think we just drop down off this ledge up here. And I think that's how we get to where I was attempting to... Oh, fuck. Okay. We are once again out of healing items. The game is louder than I am. No one else has said anything about it, but I can turn the game down. Weird. I'm always concerned when we get this far into a stream without anybody saying anything. It's like, was it not an issue? What's happening? But that's never a good thing. Shit. Damn it. I don't know why he didn't die. Why was he still alive? It. That should have hit the cannon guy. I don't know why he was still alive. At least this time we actually respawned in the right fucking spot. dude's still shooting me in there. He couldn't see me anymore. Ah. Hate this section. It is so unbelievably obnoxious. Can you... Hey, come on. Perish, asshole. So, it's edge enough. There we go. Okay, back to this bullshit. I so fucking wish I could hit you from here. So close. Saw me. It's fucking bullshit, that's why. Okay, no more of you to deal with. Beautiful. Okay, now we've got shenanigans below us to deal with. Cool. Area of left. I don't know if that's for the magic dude or if there's something else up here immediately. Oh no, we were already up here. It's for that reason. To be wary. Left is not even my concern at the moment. Like, far fucking from it. That did so much damage to us in one hit. Oh my god. This is back towards the beginning. Dragon Knight Cookbook. Well, we already killed the dude up here, so that's... Oops, hello. He says, I beg to differ! Well... Okay. Cool. I am gonna go ahead and run down this a little early and take the heat. I'm so glad that touching that doesn't give you extra. Because, oop boy. Okay. Fight. Lightning. Lovely. Oh, another fucking one of these. Another one of those down here, too. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Oh no! Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye. Nope. Nope. Did he take my health when he did that? Sure fucking did. Okay. Yeah, he healed when he did that. Hate that. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of these dead guys down here. Mimic, would you please just, yeah, land a hit? Thank you. Literally anything. Please use something other than the blood flies. Oh my god. Same time though, I would love trigger that bleed. Yep. Damn. Mimic was not pulling any weight that time. I also don't think that Rot was working on him. I don't actually think his health was ticking down. Which is not great. I'm so stuck. Yep, okay. Ooh, hello. Aw, damn, that's a full re-heal. I'm dead. Oh god. Fuck your bullshit, my guy. Crap. Yep. He got a full heal from half off on the Mimic. We would have been fine otherwise. he hadn't gotten that, we would have been fine. Putting this back on will also help. Can't really use the rot on him. It doesn't super work. And bleed's not great either. Let's stack these. And he still got me. Bad. All around just bad. Okay. Trying to not just do badly again would be great. Uh-oh. Woo! Hello! Please. Go, Mimic, go! Oh no. Oh god, Mimic, please. Oh my god. so scared. Whenever they have that little health left, I'm like, please just don't choke. That's all I require of you in this moment, Sam. Okay. Axe and a whole lot of magic, basically. Not really anything we need in here. Behold. A lad. Which the more of these I find, the more confused I am by them. Okay, so that's our hidden cave there. Oops, I did not mean to place a second one of those. Or I guess a third, rather, but you know. Okay, horrifying bugmen. Thanks, I hate them. Bugs. Gross. Gotta say, not a fan of them. Okay, but they don't really pose much of anything, huh? Okay. Well, I guess that's kind of it for down there. So I suppose what we can do... There's no way that connects up top. Yeah, no, those are all in the sky. Okay. Let's teleport. Yeah, we're gonna teleport somewhere. We need to get this chunk of map. So I think we need to go back here for that. Yeah. Oh. Big lad on horse, huh? I'm good. Alright. There's our piece of map found. Look the difference between these guys. What we got going on over here? Oh, this looks fine. This looks perfectly safe. I don't think it feels very safe anymore. You know, when I get dismounted, I feel largely... Fuck. Yeah, okay. first. Oh, fuck you. You're the same guy from before, aren't you? Fuck you.
Behold,
Yeah, we've, like, fought this same guy at the previous,
thy joy.
So he's talking about serving Queen America, which means he's one of the dudes charged with burning everything down. You're scary down there. Also, like, now I have to go fight this guy. Requirement. Absolutely mandatory. Put myself in a way to fight basically nothing.
Thou shalt not evade. Forsake me not.
That went so much better. Ashavor Flame Skewer. And the prayer room key. Interesting. Now we gotta figure out where the prayer room key goes. Interesting. There's another fragment. Very interesting indeed. Mushroom. Huh. Bone shards. Okay. So yeah, as far as this place is concerned, the fire is definitely a symbol of America. Nightshade, thank you for the hydrate. So yeah, all of these fire knights dispatched by her to burn shit down. That tracks. That spot look excessively dark for some reason. Weren't we down there already? Yeah, you're already down there. Weird. Okay. Oh, this got bigger. This map was, like, locked in on the sides for a bit, and now it is... Trying to stay hydrated in this heat is not easy. Thankfully, here at least, I know elsewhere it's not the case. We're actually having a fairly mild summer so far. Okay. How do I make you better? Can I heal you? I don't want to attack it. Supposed to. I don't think I have what I need for this. Unless it wants me to use like a healing magic. It'd be a little weird if it was something that required magic, because not every character can do that. Like, I super don't want to attack. It's a lot of fire. What's happening behind me? I don't really want to know, do I? That's a big castle up there. Oh, base. What? Somewhere a great rune has broken? Excuse me? So too has a powerful charm. What? Which means you progress the story. I'm like, please tell me none of my stuff broke. I'm gonna cry. Regardless, even story-wise, that's concerning at best. Ow! I was looking at shit. Fuck you. Eventually I would have figured out that it was just story stuff and wouldn't have. Alright, my god. Really. Fuck off. Okay. Fuck everything. And remember, to a degree, let me flounder a little bit with things. Don't just immediately tell me stuff. We'll come back up to the castle proper later. Let's skirt the edges here some more. You guys got stuff here? I like stuff. You're both awfully lonely up here. Stuff. Ah. Stuff. But yeah, as far as story progression goes, hearing that a great rune is broken is not great. Or rather it is, and that's the problem. What is specifically? It said a great rune and a powerful charm. Eh? At least I don't want to interact up here until I absolutely have to. Probably should, but you lads got anything good here? No. That's a bear. Oh god, we're back in the land of bears! Yes, I see. Another one of you. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hi. Really? None of that can hit you from here? That's such garbage. Mimic, 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 mimic. Oh yes, lovely. Protect yourself, of course. Feet. Ow. Bear died. Random bear coming in behind me was not something I was ready to deal with. Okay, where is this even at? Okay, not far off from it. Where's the bear that came in sneak attack? So if I can just yeet that bear into oblivion first, I will. Yeah, it's probably this fucking little turd over here. Hey. Woo! Hello! Okay, now. Cheating. Uh-oh. Alright, the Mimic is dealing so much damage to you. Leave me alone. Swear to God. There we go. You know, I didn't actually grab any of my stuff back. That could have been bad. Alright. Health of Ralva. Soon we can become bear, chat. I think I'm missing bears somewhere as well, then, if this is the case. Because I remember finding bears early on. And not really doing anything with them, and there was probably nearby was a bigger bear. I imagine we won't be able to get to the lower areas until we progress through this. We've still got a dragon up here we need to deal with as well. Wherever it was. not where it was. Where the fuck was it? I thought we came out of this fort when we found it. Directions are not my strong suit. It's fine. We also need to go back in the castle back here because I ran through it screaming. If you remember. I guess let's go do that. Let's clean up what I left behind when I ran through screaming. Not from this checkpoint, we fucking won't. I'm gonna jump around until I find a checkpoint I'm happy with. Much better. So yeah. Above is where we fought a boss. Below is where we left an absolute piece of garbage that I decided not to fight. Whoops. Several pieces of garbage that I decided not to fight, actually. Thank you. That was a really effective way to kill that, huh? I sure think so. I'm gonna leave you there for a second. I'm gonna grab this. Huh. Okay. Interesting. I took that potion too early because I forgot exactly where the thing I was looking for is, but... all of these at once. Perfect. Bam! It's so much easier to work through this place backwards. Loving this. Get up there to fight you. Interesting. It's my dog right here. Okay. I thought I was gonna lose that before I got anywhere, actually. Unfortunate. Yeah, that dude way misaimed his crossbow. He could have easily had me. Bean? Oh, too skinny an opening. Okay. Ooh, Glint Blade Trio. Interesting. Okay. You know, I don't... Visions of trap, but no sadness. What on earth did he die to? That was scary. What? Well, fresh shield. Huh. Weird. Okay. The dude that died in such a weird looking way. Huh. Okay. I guess some enemy just followed him down here. Is that actually a shield that we picked up? Yes. Okay. With no skill. It just kind of exists. Okay. That's fine. Ah. Yeah, no enemy ahead. Fuck you. This is... Okay, I know where this is. This is this asshole. This is what I wanted my potion for, but didn't have it. Good thing he has no ears. Huh. Ow. Oh, finally got the stupid little turd. Got his sword, too. Interesting. I saw someone using this sword online, I think. I am curious what its deal is. Oh no, it's just that there's several swords that look identical. That's cool. Skill of the Enchanted Troll Knights creates a defensive arc. Enormous magical invade blades overhead, which automatically attack nearby foes. Okay, it's just kind of a sword. It's not the sword I saw them using. It looks like the sword I saw them using. Huh. Do all of these just roar and that does... Okay. Interesting. Oh, I like my sword. Have I turned any of the remembrances? I want to go see what they have. I haven't gotten a chance to yet, though, no. So, no spoilers. Okay, Omerica, I beg, embrace your child. And give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on? Too fucking long. Okay, that's the item that we picked up. We picked this item up already in the previous game. I just hadn't had a chance to pick it up in this one. Enhances attacks executed after maintaining the same stance for a while. Back on. Okay. I think realistically speaking, that's the end of this area. Some revenge on these fucking you little fucking... Yeah, that's right, you come back. Revenge! Aha! Sweet, sweet vengeance, chat. Fucking saw that. That's rude. Dude super gave himself away to me there. If he hadn't shot his crossbow, I would not have known he was there. So, thanks for showing your hand, dude. Karish. Okay, I think that's actually all of what was here now. So, cool. That's good. Okay, for the purpose of trying to do something big before we wrap up here soon, we're gonna go here. We're gonna go up to the door that we ignored. See what the deal with that is. And depending on what the deal with that is, I have an idea of where go, what do. First things first. We're gonna zoom past the big scary fireman. thank you, have a nice day. You keep being scary over there. Ooh, hello, goodbye. Okay, big scary gate. It's probably, woo, not something we can go in. Seems fine. I feel very safe. You know, a name like Shadowkeep, I feel slightly less safe. I don't like the look of that. Okay, we've got this we can level. And I think I can actually level. Yeah. Oh. Whatever it is, it's certainly breathing. Oh! That seems... not normal. Not normal. Yep, there's a gate behind me and I can't get past you. Can I view anything other than inside your face, please? Yep, okay. I was worried about that. As soon as I didn't summon until it was too late, I was like, nope. Alright. Hippo. Yeah. We're gonna do this. The audio's being a butt. Love that. Love that for us. Thank you. Okay. Doesn't matter. Don't eat me! I am not food! Okay, that's not normal. Rhinos don't do that. Fuck! Ow! Big help! If not food, why bite-sized? You know, I see your point. I see your point. Fuck! Ew. I'd rather not be fucking inside you. Okay, good enough. Oh my gosh. Okay, aspects of the Crucible Thorns. Another fragment. Okay. I mean, I guess they were both in a way needed. They could have outside just put, like, a stake, but this works. One of the more hated bosses? Really? I guess I could see it on my non-magic user character, but... character, that was easy. More hated boss and it didn't even take me multiple tries? I'll take it. What's up, my guy? No, such a thing is utterly inconceivable. We have not been abandoned. Mesmer is the son of Queen Marika. Her Grace would never abandon her own flesh and blood. It's about that, my guy. I've got some awful news for them, chat. Queen Marika was very good at abandoning everybody. I don't like the look of that spear. Unless you're gonna give it to me, duda. Oh, goodbye. Well, I didn't want it anyways. Uh-huh. Fuck your bullshit. How come that didn't hit you? Fuck you. Free room. You know, the last one of these rooms we got invaded and attacked. There we go. Main Gauche. Interesting name. It's just a parry dagger. Huh. Okay. I'm not good enough with parries, but that would certainly have made my dagger build better, probably. Backtracked on that so fast. Just, Okay. Well, that was uncalled for. No, bacon down. Rip bacon. Okay. Uh-oh. Now can I have your spear? Yay! Mine doesn't look as shiny as yours. Now I'm sad. Oh god, my angle of view. My guy? I had a full-on panic there and you just... I suppose backing all the way up was an option. Certainly not the option I would have picked, but it's an option. No. Try rushing in. Fuck you. Goodbye. Fucking shoot, you didn't even know I was here. You. Alright, I don't want to commit too hard to going up there. So I guess we'll commit to the room down here that I didn't want to commit to. Ah. Talisman of Lord's Bestowal. That's a horrible idea. Okay, it was a great idea. Golden Vow. Okay. So, what are you? Sorry, hold on. Sounded like something was coming towards us. Okay, back to looking at my shit. Okay, it's one of those. Use FP to increase attack and defense. Okay. Interesting. Okay, this just dropped back down into this room. Not be doing. Go back around to the other. Oh, we left an item here. Back around to the other door here. The other guy in it. Where we thought we heard noises of danger! Hello? Perish. Oh god, no! Ow! Okay, well. Fucking knew I heard something walking around out there. Just trying to ask a question here. Okay, thankfully we don't have to fight this whole room this time. You little... rude. I didn't fully run up to that one, though. That's my fault. I'm gonna get you. Oh. Ah, that's what I heard noises. He paces this room a little bit. Oh man, after I coughed there a little bit ago, really fucked up the sinuses. more effective. Ah, that's why I didn't spend a lot of time in this room. It's not a room. It's a nook. Ah. Oh. Oh, God. This just goes to this room? Really? God damn it. That was stupid. Okay, this time we can take the outside track, though we don't have to go through the inner part. I would like to get through that room and see what's on the other side of it here. Ooh, don't push me off the ledge. Oh my god, sir. Oh, didn't mean to hit you, but I did, so. I don't know how that hit you. Like, that's way too far down, my guy. But, you know. Whatever. Alright, shoot your nonsense arrow first, before I even get there. Ow. Okay, that's one down. Highly effective. A lot of golden vows for some reason. Interesting. Huh. It's a lot of fire up here. Which seems very suspicious. suspicious, if you ask me. Louder. What? Shenanigan. Let's not back ourselves off the map, though, here. Dude behind every boat? Just a little guy hanging out, or... Uh, not a fan of that. That looks very bad. Ye- yeah, about that. You look... Shadow Man. Mountains. Shabam! Big door. Big door, never good. Oh! Big door just lead back to Site of Grace. That's fine. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. There we go. Ow! You both missed. Now that I just got absolutely sliced by those guys. Yeah. Thought so. Alright, well, I guess our only... Oh, hey, hold on. Later. Does not look safe. Looks bad. Gosh, how far around does this go? There was a tunnel behind the other waterfall. Nothing ahead. Shenanigans. Okay. Now to very carefully work our way back. Check anyways. Check anyways. Okay. Very carefully back to this waterfall, in which we did see something behind it. That's a long... That was a long slide. Alright. Ooh. That's a sight. Domain of Dragons. Ah. Very scary. Oh, this is gonna be such a long climb back up. This was such a tall ladder and it took so long to slide down. There we go. Very carefully as we walk out of here to not... Phew, okay. So we'll go up, we'll attempt to face the dude on the bridge, and we'll go from there. Wait till he turns around, or is he just gonna walk all the way up to us? Aha! Get shenaniganed! Oh, this is a big elevator. Okay. I was really scared this was a big boss room at first, but I will take big elevator. Okay. Oh. Eee. Yeah, about that. Hmm. Oh. That's a lot of specimen storehouse. Okay. That's horrifying. We're gonna sit down. Okay, so, chat, I think that's a pretty good spot to go ahead and leave off here. About 4.5 hours of stream in there. I can't go super late tonight because I've got a really early video call with my doctor in the morning, so I need to make sure I can get to sleep at a decent hour tonight, whether I want to or not. I'd also like to get a walk in while there's still some light outside. So I think this is a good spot. Very creepy. We'll see what the deal with the specimen storehouse is next time. We also have an item that we need to make sure we're keeping an eye out for as well. I'm assuming when we find where it goes, it's not going to matter because we just have the key. So... because we got... a prayer room key. Opens prayer room door in the house of worship found in the church district. So I need to pay attention for the church district. I might have already found that, so I need to like look through the places that I found just to be sure. So we'll look at that next time, chat. Tomorrow, my doctor's appointment shouldn't take very long, so we should be able to stream on time tomorrow. Destiny stuff, it might end up just being solo stuff, because I don't think there's any weekly stuff next week. We'll see. We'll see what tomorrow, not next week, but we'll see what tomorrow brings, chat. Because there's a gap in between story stuff, apparently, but I'm not 100% sure how they're doing it, so we'll see if there's anything new tomorrow, or if it's just doing more of, the things that I'm still missing. I encourage you to stick around, though, while we raid someone. Spread the love. Pat's doing some Phasmo, though, chat, so let's go ahead and do a raid to Pat, shall we? And as a reminder, chat, we've still got that sub goal up there. You have until the end of the month to hit that. And we'll do Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail DLC. We already got 5 subs in out of 80. We already got a great start. You got the whole month to do that. I muted that stream. Stop that. Okay, so you go ahead and get this queued up. Y'all know the drill with raids. Be nice. Follow Pat's rules. Most importantly, have fun. I appreciate y'all hanging out, lurking, chatting today, keeping me company with the shenanigans. Hope you enjoyed the Pikachu onesie for the wheel spin. Remember, constant wheel spins as you get that sub goal rolling. Hope that you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the absolute heck it may be for you. And I hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.